Hi guys. Hello. Oh my god. I'm not used to you guys waiting for me. What is this? Sorry, I thought I could do last minute tweaks on the stream. With just a couple of messages for the like, subscribe, read banner. How are you guys? Phoenix Storm is here. There he is. How are you today? I'm doing good, thank you. I'm way less sleepy than I was yesterday, so that's great. Boarding Crusoe is here. Almost there. Come on. Let's go. Sarah Norval is here. Day 18. Wow. I don't know what to say. Well, it's amazing. Wow, it's amazing that you guys are like actually waiting. I'm going to note that down. So that's like people are waiting. Yoink. How are you guys doing? How are you guys with your own writing, with your own NaNoWriMo? Actually, look at I didn't even get to update my my counter because, well, I didn't think anyone would mind I was late. Let's do that real quick, shall we? So day 18, day 18 goal. I believe our goal is 30,000. It is. Should be real quick, and then we can get started. 30,000, and then on our progress bar, we of course have to change our jewel here. No, not the jewel, the goal one to this. All right, and now we do this, and I actually still need. I have wow, there's so many things. What's that? Why is it over there? There. Anyone who drops by, an easy way to subscribe, hopefully. And let's just go here. Oh my god, everything is going so fast suddenly. Phoenix Storm says, I'm well. I'm taking a bit of a break. Gonna play some games when I get back to writing. I wanted to be in the stream today. Oh my god, you're too kind. What kind of games are you playing right now? Anything good? My lamp is in the wrong place. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to feel about this. A little overwhelming, to be honest, but very, very, very cool. My tea wasn't even ready. Okay, I think we're somewhat ready now to go. Let's have let's go out of that and then here and have a looky at where we were, because yesterday we managed to end chapter 7 and we began chapter 8, and we wrote a couple of pages more. We are coming to the very end of this book here, so just 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Okay, this should be enough for today at least. Supermarket Simulator, interesting. I watched Game Grumps play that. It looks fun, but it has one of those. I feel like that's just me. It has one of those problems with like not perspective, but field of view, and like how fast you move on screen. I actually get motion sickness from that game. That's so strange. There's a couple of those really big indie games in the last couple of years that I've had that with. So good thing that you don't, I hope. All right. Yes. So we are in the chapter Crossing the Threshold. We ended last chapter, we ended chapter 7 with Reina, the mentor, dropping some wisdom, dropping some nuggets on Vespa and inspiring her to do something about it herself, basically. So she got the idea of confronting Sire Brendan, who she thinks is the bad guy. And she wanted to do that by delivering the gauntlet that she had. And he, of course, got angry because he doesn't know how not to be angry. So, it's that. And yes, that's pretty much where we are. Let's have a bit of a read, shall we? What the hell is my... Where's my master sword? Be right back. Found it. It's very important for reading. Phoenix Storm says I have to have the point of view slider, otherwise I'll get nauseous. Yeah, I don't remember if it is. It probably is in Supermarket Simulator, but there's also something with the speed that you move in that game that just messes me up for some reason. Okay, let's just start up here. Vespa has just said... actually, let's start here. Oh, it's you, little doll. He said, that's Sire Brendan, of course, who is waiting for his squire to come with his horse as he's about to go on his daily patrol. Just as annoyed as ever. And Lemon is here too. Vespa tried not to show how much it bothered her to be called that. Oh my god. There we are. Okay, now we're good. It wasn't what she was here for. Who in the broken pillars cares if you have a lemon, he said, already absent-mindedly, while assessing the damage he inflicted on his cloak, on his blue-hooded cloak. No, Lemon is his name, Vespa said, and pointed to the ready-to-fight-looking yellow bird on her head. Oh. It didn't something to help? There's not supposed to be a 2 here. It didn't help on Sire Brendan's confusion that Vespa had a bird on her head. Why do you... Actually, never mind. He stopped himself. What do you want? Can't you see that I'm about to ride out for my Dragon Pyre's inspection? I'm leaving as soon as my pillarless squire gets here with my horse. Vespa hated talking to Sire Brendan when he was in this mood, and it seemed to always be that these days. I brought you this. The nervousness had taken over her voice as she presented the gauntlet that the son of the evening had thrown in front of her the last time he was this angry. What? I don't have time for this right now. Sire Brendan was almost shocked when he saw the little girl holding. Everyone can see that says holding. Holding up his ornamented. Word. Which matched almost the rest of his equipped armor. He looked at his left hand, which there's 2 witches here. Witch and witch. And they shouldn't. This is a beautiful comment. Straight through everything. Which wore a plain steel gauntlet that really stood out from the rest. Oh my god, that is a horrible sentence. Finally, the paladin said louder than his tirade before. Wow. We really had a terrible ending to last night's stream. Why has it taken you so long to bring this to me? Sire Fire told me that you were up and running again days ago. Did you not think I would need it? Dull? Why? I've missed half of my words. That's strange. Vespa swallowed a lump that quickly had gathered in her throat. It continues. To be fair, that time I hadn't forgotten a word, but just I've forgotten the lines on the K. Almost as soon as Sarah Brenton had started talking, she hadn't actually had time to think about what she had wanted to say, as she had been so enamored with Renee's words. Now she forced the pressing tears back before she spoke. I'm sorry, Vespa stammered a bit. I was going to deliver them back to you, but spare me your excuses, doll, Sarah Brenton harshly said, while unequipping his replacement gauntlet. Though she really didn't like what he said, Vespa was also quite relieved when he interrupted. And that's where we left off. I'm pretty sure that was supposed to say interrupted. When he interrupted her. Interrupted. When he interrupted her. I don't know, we already set up here that she didn't know what she wanted to say, so there's not really a reason to say that down here, I guess. I have a timer on my wristwatch that keeps going off. Maybe I should stop it. There we go. Relieved when he interrupted her, and we're off. Bonk. We're of course going for about 5 pages once again. Constructed Chaos is here as well. Hey, back at it again. Looks like you've accumulated about 7k more words than last time I popped in. Oh, when did you last pop in? Was that Thursday? No? Wednesday? Last week? If it's 7k, so I usually do just about 2,000 words every stream, and of course Saturday and Sunday I didn't stream or do a whole lot. So what if we go back, that's like 3 days, yesterday, Wednesday, would have been Thursday I think. Either way, great progress. Okay, yeah, Thursday, so before we updated the timer, the progress. But it is, I'm very, very proud of the progress and very happy how things are going. And I'm very, very happy to see you here, Constructed Chaos. Though it looked like you did, you missed people complaining in the chat about me being late today. It's never happened before. It was a very, very funny moment. But right now, Vespa is once again getting a scolding from Sire Brendan, the son of the evening. I don't quite know what interrupted her. Late is good for me. Be late more often. He was late, can confirm. Thank you for that, Phoenix. Yes. The sun of the evening. The sun of the evening. Through his plain iron, no, steel, it was steel, plain steel gauntlet, in front of Vespa. Though this time, though it wasn't though not as hard this time as last, not as hard this time as Structure's chaos. Just kidding, of course. You do you, and don't let me distract you too much. No, you could never distract me too much. I love it when people chat. That's why the chat is here, right? And I also am well aware of time difference. I don't know if he's still in the chat, but I know Bodding Crusoe is in India. I think Sarah Noble is in Georgia, I think it was. And I'm guessing you're also in the US. So yeah, I know the time difference is a bit funny, a bit funky with me being in the center Europe. So it is what it is. I'm just happy that you guys are here. Help me with this doll. Help me with this doll. He commanded. He commanded, and and showed her the leather straps on the inside of the gauntlet. We of course need to check how gauntlets work. How did gauntlets work? Gauntlets work. Become equipped. Equipped. And while his arm was stretched down towards her, was stretched down towards her. Vesper couldn't actually reach him. Vesper couldn't actually reach. Couldn't actually reach. In truth, Vesper had more she had more what? She had more, I think I'm directly translating a sentence from Danish right now and that doesn't actually work. She has a bigger it is inclination that I'm trying to say, was more inclined. Was more inclined to just run away. Then 2, and with that 2, we have done page 91. Oh yeah. Oh my goodness, and oh yes. Right there. That means we're 9 pages away from 100 handwritten pages in one story. I haven't even done 100 handwritten pages in my short stories yet, I think. Have I? Oh, I might have actually. Well, I have it right here. My short stories. That book is also close to being all written. So let me see. Okay, we do definitely, because there's like 120. Yes, okay. There's actually page 120. That's the last one, the last page in here that I have written. So never mind, but we're closing in. We're closing in. Just one story. That's kind of cool, I think. More inclined to just run away than to do as asked. Than to do as asked. But she stayed. But she didn't want another. She didn't need. She didn't need another punishment. Corporeal or otherwise. Just need to make sure that's the right word. Corporeal. Yeah, it is. I guess it also inclines that, not inclined, but alludes to the fact that especially the son of the evening actually beats her from time to time. Corporeal or more chores. As she would much rather spend more time with the spirit in the Warhammer. Spend more time with the spirit in the Warhammer. Down in the catacombs. Down in the catacombs. I don't think that's quite needed to say that. Maybe that was just to increase the numbers a bit. Every word counts. Besides, no, couldn't be there. Remembered. What Afaya had told her. About not obeying. It's not quite the word I want to use, but like I'm referring all the way back to, I guess, chapter 1, where Afaya tells Vespa that she can't not do her chores, especially when, like, the delivery she's doing in the beginning is actually for one of the leaders, one of the higher-ups in the hierarchy of Black River's Keep. Yes. Not doing, let's just go with that, told her about not doing what the son of the evening asked. Adding on top of that, whoops, Vespa needed more time. Time to figure out how to confront him. And what to do. And what to do when she did. To do when she did. Not too bad. Excuse me. Separate Brendan. Vespa asked the paladin still standing. With his arm stretched down. While looking out for his squire. That banner one was a new one that I did just before the stream. One of the reasons why I was late. Master has given Duffy a like. I thought that was very, very funny myself. Oh my god, I just realized that the chat was on top chat and not live chat. I don't think I missed anyone though, but still. Stupid. Stupid YouTube. What is a doll? He didn't even didn't even look at her. When asking. I'm afraid that I cannot quite reach dot dot dot. Sire Brendan once again looked confused. Once again looked confused as he finally turned towards her. Finally turned towards her. And then he realized only then did he seem to realize the height difference. Oops. No, not a question mark there. We don't need that. So we could of course have Vesper crawl up onto the well that they're standing next to. But I don't know. We want this chapter to go in the direction of Vesper being almost trampled by a horse, by a guy on a horse, by the villain on a horse. And she's going to think that it is Sir Brendan who tries to kill her with that horse. Lemon is going to fly for the first time in the story and scare the horse. You know, he is bright and yellow. So I think that can totally happen. And I don't want Vesper to fall into the well yet. I think I want her to fall into the well later. It's one of the things I'm like discussing with myself when off stream. If we just move into the synopsis, yes. So approach to the innermost cave after test allies and enemies, which is the section we're in right now. I had this idea originally that I wanted Vesper to follow the Sire Brendan into the temple. I actually had her in Squire training, which I don't think I want until the next book. Oh, Phoenix Storm asks, what's your drink of choice today? It is a simple... You can't see it because it's green. It's a simple Pickwick lemon tea. Yeah, it's cold in Denmark right now, so tea it is. I love tea. And I love lemon tea the most of all. So that's usually my drink of choice. Either that or plain water when I'm streaming. Unless we're streaming in the weekends, then it's Coca-Cola. Gotta keep some discipline in my life. I don't know. Do you guys have a favorite drink while riding? Anyway, where was I? Yeah. So Sire Brendan, of course, is investigating this Cult of the Drowned. And my original thought here was that he was going into the temple to try and like find a secret passageway down into where Vesper met them last time, right? In these half underwater dungeon cells. But it's a bit... I had this thing about where Vesper and Lemon goes to investigate a pool or statue inside the temple, and then in order to not get caught, she removes the statue and finds a hole under that. And I don't know, it's just a little bit... It's a little bit convoluted and sort of... I find it sort of almost too surprising or like out of nowhere. A little bit too fantastical, I guess you could say. So I had the idea, since we already had the story of Vesper falling into a well in the city, the town close to the keep, Riverford, why not have her fall into the well later again, and then she ends up approaching the inmost cave. That's a little less flashy, but I think almost more believable to be another way down, because the well is already, you know, it's unused, and it's a well that goes down. Boom. There's no... You don't really use it. You don't use the water down there, so no one's going to think about that. And I don't know, I thought that was a bit more practical. But it is less flashy. Like finding a potential secret passageway behind a statue in a temple. That's cool. That's quite cool. But it's also, who put it there, right? Who put a secret passageway down to those jail cells so far on the ground from the temple? If the temple has been rebuilt, or a new temple has been built upon an old one. So yeah, that's why I'm sort of... I'm going back and forth between the two. That's why we're introducing the well here in this chapter. It should probably be introduced earlier. But then we also have the... Like, she's fallen into a well before. I thought that was a pretty cool, funny little moment to have. That she did it again. Oh no, I've done it again. That was a bit of a sidetrack there. But yeah, that's why I don't want her to fall into the well now, as a horse comes running at her. Oh. By the way, this is, of course, page 91, which means we should soon be needing a new ink cartridge. Phoenix asked, I love asking why in storylines. Can you connect the tunnels to the other books or your protagonist? Yeah, that's the thing. If there were tunnels in the temples, it feels, that's what I meant by it feels a little bit out of left field. Like it just comes in from nowhere. Where I think a well here is just more believable because it's already something that goes down into the ground. And, you know, people could have worked from this unused well in the dead of night and digging or something into those jail cells deep down. So I think I am leaning more towards the well than I am to the secret passageway from the temple. But yeah, exactly. Asking why is so important in storylines, just in general, actually. But yeah, I can't directly connect them to the protagonist. Well, I guess we can, because that's what I mentioned, because Vespa mentioned all the way back in chapter 4 or something, where she is all alone down in the catacombs. It's all dark, she doesn't have any light, and she's like, oh, I can't believe I did this, no one knows I'm here, who's gonna save me? It's not going to be like when a fire saw me fall down the well in this other town. So we can connect it to Vespa in that way, right? Because she has experienced that before. It's sort of a deja vu type thing for her almost. And I think that's a pretty fun connection. And we can have Vespa react to it like, oh no, this happened again, or fudge, right? And then she discovers that the well is actually connected to the jail cells where this cult of the drowned, temple of the drowned, this cult has been operating from. So that gives that means there are two different ways to go down the same path. And she has been down there before, of course, when she followed the villain down there. But it is a very good question. It's just what I wanted to say. A very good question, just asking why in general in storylines. I want it to make sense, even though this is I feel like a lot of children's book, young adult fantasy, but I don't read a ton of them. I do read some, but sometimes I get the feeling that there's just a little bit of, why, a little bit of illogical things happening, like a little bit of plot armor. And I feel like that's just disrespectful to the reader, even though they aren't adults, right? That might just be me, but I want to take this seriously. I want to take the reader seriously, even if the reader is a tween, or intended to be a tween / young adult. But that was quite the sidetrack. That's gonna happen at some point in the story. Oh, so Sarah Brendan here realizes that Vespa is only 60 centimeters tall. One could almost see the gears turning. Oh, I did that again. Gears. I don't know if gears are like... I guess gears are a thing in a medieval fantasy world, but I need to check. Check for fantasy. I mean, this is my own world, of course, but... Yeah, I want a traditional medieval fantasy with no mechanical stuff, pretty much. See the gears turning. Inside Sire Brendan's head. As he looked to debate with himself. Whether or not to kneel down to help Vesper help him. That's a weird sentence. To help Vesper help him. I actually don't know how much we have described Sire Brendan yet. How much description? Like, I'm just going to assume that I have. Because I don't want to bother with it right now. That's a thing for post. We'll fix it in post. Vesper help him. Also, yeah. Weird. In the end, he got down with a, how do you say fnus? Snort. Yep. As soon as he did, Vesper had an idea. If she could get Sire Brendan to confess to know about these drowners. Maybe not confess, but tricking him. Word. Then she would maybe be able to convince anyone who heard him that he wasn't. This I don't like this sentence. That she saw him that she saw him down there. Saw him plotting. Planning. In the watery dungeon so deep down, and with one person convinced, it should be easier. It should be easier to get more and eventually save Grand Protector Bulwark. Grand Protector Bulwark. Oh, I can feel the ink supply running low. Well, not my actual supply, but in the fountain pen. You can also see it. If we compare to up here, it's just basically isn't anything left. It's always fun when that happens. The only problem was that no one seemed to be around. How long can it take? Can it take to attach the strap? secure a single gauntlet. Dull. Sire Brendan was once again. Oh, Brendan was once again not even looking at her. Oh no! Oh. There it goes. There, our ink supply, our ink cartridge is done. See? Nothing left here. And so we put it in with the others. Well, there's a little bit there, I guess. But. So that's 6 ink cartridges that has been used just during NaNoWriMo. Isn't that wild? So we got, well, I got plenty left. So it's not a big deal. I just think it's very cool. Very, very, very cool. There we go. So Brandon was once again not even looking at Vespa while complaining. His impatient mood. That's not the right word. His impatient mood from Squire Ronin being late was transferred in its entirety. Does that make sense when we're talking about moods? I don't know. In its entirety. To Vespa. But then again, she was stalling. She was stalling, hoping for someone to arrive. Someone to arrive. And then we of course want Ronin to arrive, and we want him to say like, your normal horse isn't ready. But we want him to arrive now. I don't think this chapter is necessarily going to be very long. Right now it's just about 3 pages, and that's all right, I think. Well, not that I'm ending the chapter right here, right now, but yeah, it's not going to be a 20, 25 pages long chapter like chapter 7 was. A thought just hit me. The Roman numerals, I don't know why, but just want to look this up. 8 Roman numeral. It is like that. Okay. What about 9? That would be 1x. Why wouldn't 8 be 1x or iix? Interesting. It's interesting, but it doesn't actually matter. It's just a thought that hit me. Hoping for someone to arrive. Let's have that. That could actually be a fun little that could be a fun little short form video. Definitely something that could get people to interact. 8 in Roman numerals. Don't know why I'm doing it like this, so you guys can see me, but whatever. Phoenix says because it is 1 less than the next number, 9, so always like that. The Roman numbers. Yeah, but I was thinking. So 7 is VII, right? So that's V and 2 I's. It's more like Y is 8, not IIX. Because that's also 2 I's. So instead of putting 3 I's, which is the right way to do it, why did they put why did they put 3 I's instead of 2? Yeah. Anyway, that was a real sidetrack. That has nothing to do with anything. I think 4 is the same. Yeah, 4 is IV, right? And 3 is 3 I's. But yeah, that was sort of my point, that you got 3 I's, And that's like 3 letters, right? I'm sure there's some logic to it. So you have I, that's 3 letters. And then you have IV, that's 4, that's 2 letters. V is 5, that's 1 letter. 2, 3. And then you go up to 4 letters before going back down to IX for 9. So that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And 10 is just X, right? It was more like, why is this 4 letter long? I just thought it was interesting. But it doesn't really matter, of course. I'm sorry, but I seem to be having some problem. To be having some problems with the straps. She lied. Maybe it's because, oops. Maybe it's because they haven't been used in so long. They haven't been used in so long. Let's have a question mark there. There's not a better way. Look, I love a good talk about numbers. I'm gonna stop distracting you now. No, it's fine. I distracted myself. I love your input, Phoenix. It's all right. It was the logic of it. I was questioning, but maybe there just isn't, and that's okay. Maybe it's because I haven't used in so long. And whose fault might that be? Sorry, Brendan turned with a sneer. Brendan turned to Vesper with a sneer. Looks like we are soon done with the first page of the day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. A couple of lines more. With a sneer. Vespa didn't get a chance to apologize. Didn't get a chance to I actually kind of want him I want Sir Brendan, I think, to have a little like. You'll never become a squire if you don't know how to put on a simple armor or something, right? Which he of course does, because we spend a whole chapter. She spent a whole chapter helping a fire without problems. So that's another like a little indicator that Sire Brendan doesn't care about Vesper at all. Vesper didn't get a chance to answer back or apologize. Answer back or apologize before the son of the evening began another tirade. Began another tirade. How is a little doll like you? How is a little doll like you ever going to become a squire? Like your precious older sister, your precious older sister. Is always saying if you don't know how to put on a simple armor, if you don't know how to help putting on, how to help putting on a simple armor. I guess we would need help in the stables. We would need help in the stables. Given how that pillarless boy still haven't found my steed. But I guess that you're too small for that as well. Small for that as well. And I highly doubt that the horses will be as gracious as me, as gracious as me, and kneel down. Kneel down before you. Just so this is a okay, so that's a fun tirade to just keep going. And that was the end of page 91. So that means we're going to page 92, which is where we'll find day 20, the day 20 marker. Oh yeah. Let me just move this one. And after that, we have 4 pages left, right, of this book. 1, 2, and 3, and 4. Right. This is going to be the first. Well, we're not going to do it today, I don't think, but this will be the first time that I've written on, like, entirely through the book that I am currently in. Of course, I'm not writing on both sides of the paper, so we could have been at like 190 or something. 192 pages, I think. But I'm not quite sure whether or not the ink is actually going through the paper. It is. I don't think it is, like it is in my other book, but kneel down before you, just so you can put on their saddles. Which, you know, ironically, Vespa might be able to do that because she's a Fey folk, and Fey folk and animals are like this. So she might actually be able to do all of this. That he's claiming she doesn't. She can't. Put on the saddles. He had fully stopped looking for his squire. And his volume seemed to be rising. His volume seemed to be rising. Vespa. Vespa didn't reply. But just pretended to fiddle. With the gauntlet straps. Attempting to not focus. Attempting to not focus on what Sire Brandon was spewing. Oop. Okay. Okay. I want Lemon to show some personality here. Lemon, on the other hand, also is actually a good thing that we mention Lemon. I'm going to mention Lemon. He's like spreading her wings rapidly. Because then it makes more sense that Lemon is like going to fly later in the chapter. So that's a good thing. Lemon was sounded like he was on the verge of not having it. I don't quite know if I like that way of phrasing it. with a low trill. An angry one, not a happy one. An angry one. Definitely not a happy one. Definitely. That's a pretty bad sentence as well, but you know, we'll fix that later. He sat on top of Vespa's crimson head. Vespa's crimson head. And occasionally, quickly, and occasion, is that two S's? I think it is. Occasionally, no it isn't, alright. Occasionally. Spreading his wings. Rephrase up here. Rephrase. In a rapid manner. And lowering them? I don't actually know what that's called. Spreading, lowering wings. Opposite of spreading wings. Opposite of spreading wings. Folding them, closing them, tucking them. Okay. I guess that makes sense. Fold them. Bending in. Yeah. Let's go with folding. Folding them. That's an M. Everyone can see that. Folding them. Back to his small body. His small body in a rapid manner. He also stared directly. He also stared directly at The sun. Did we say sun with a U before? Yes, we did. We did here. That's not the way it's supposed to be. That's correct. I don't think there was anyone else. No. The sun of the evening. Who did not ignore? He did not. Who did not? I guess maybe who noticed? Who did notice? Hey, will you look at that? Who did notice? We just changed who did not into who did notice. Hehe. His threatening behavior. Threatening behavior. And why on earth? No, not on earth. We had some common sayings for religions. Common sayings, rituals, common sayings here. For the sake of Haven, I guess we can use again. And why? For the sake of Haven. Would you need a tiny I do not like the way it is. Oh, it is looking at me. Get your pet under control, and now I think I want Ronin to join the fray. Well, not the fray, but yeah, I was just thinking how much I should like explicitly state. You know, I want to give hints that Ronin is the villain. Might as well say it now. Ronin is the villain. And I of course want to give hints that it is him. So I'm feeling like he should have a blue cloak as well, but it should be much more light blue than what Sire Brendan is wearing. Because that could actually mean like when it's darker. Right, when it's darker, then Vesper could think that it was darker blue than it actually is. I don't know if that's a bit of a lame-ish excuse or like explanation. But I guess it's better than none. Anyway, he's gonna come Sire, Squire Ronin came jogging. Word. Clanking in his armor. So I guess his armor would also be like, it wouldn't be plates, it would be, well, a little bit of plate, but ring mail as well. I guess we should actually describe that at some point way earlier. Describe earlier. His own armor. Squire Ronin. I'm pretty sure I said that, and once again I didn't write it, even though I said it. With his blue hooded cloak, much lighter in color, much lighter in color than what Sire Brendan had. Head on. Slowly wavering, that's not the word. Flap, fluttering, flicker. Slowly. What does a flag do? Is that flapping? I feel like it's not. What? Oops. What does a flag do? No. What movement? Flap, flutter, billow. Oh, streaming is pretty good. Slowly streaming. As he walks. Streaming behind as he walked. As Vespa looked up, Vespa looked up, she thought he was the most majestic. I'm gonna say majestic, but I don't think it's the right word I want to use. Maybe pretty handsome. All the squires. And even the paladins, even the paladins. Paladins, except for a Fayette, of course. Except for a Fayette. I guess that should be another paragraph, actually. Anything else? Sire, there are troubles. With should we have a name? We should have a name. Should have a name for like a war horse. I guess it should be a war horse. So the son of the evening. He is great with water magic, of course. It could also be something with the pillars. The teaching is the 5 pillars. I'm thinking the name of the horse should be something like, you know, like thunder, but for what a wave can do. Crashing. With Riptide. Riptide could be a pretty cool name. Riptide. I think I just need to make sure that I know what... That's actually not bad. Let's go with that. Horses can have funny names. With Riptide. Like, if it's a tide that, you know, the tide beneath the waves, and then the whole like a horse being called Riptide when it's beneath the rider, right? Ah, yes, big brain names. Roaming. Repeated as he came close. What do you mean, boy? Of course, he's not really a boy. He's a, you know, he's 20 something, 21. Sire Brendan. Brendan's voice hadn't changed. From his scolding of Vespa and Lemon. His scolding of Vespa and Lemon. But Vespa was just happy. Happy to not have it aimed at her. Happy to not have it directed at her. Even if she wasn't really listening. What has happened to my horse? I don't know if that should be an exclamation mark, but there is now. What has happened to my horse? What hath happened? We do not know. Do not know, sire. Squire Ronin. Sounded concerned. I just had an idea. So later during the climax of the story, Squire Ronin and the other members, the other drowners, the other cultists that are hidden among these like soldiers and everyday workers of Black River's Keep, they're going to pacify. That's not the word. Going to sedate, drug the paladins using some form of mixture. And we, of course, I need to figure out how Vesper is going to know about this, but she's going to find out about the mixture and the sedation, the drugging later. But what if what's going on with Riptide, the horse here, is that Ronin has administered the drug to it. Oh my god. So I need to show the symptoms right now. Oh, he needs to say it here. It won't get up. And we can barely come into contact with it, into contact with it. I have told... No, it's like a disease. It's like it's suddenly become very sick. It's like Riptide has certainly become very, very sick. I've asked the stable workers. I don't know if this should be stable boys, but it doesn't That doesn't quite work with my idea of Vesper being the only child at the Black River's Keep. Also, stable is with a B. Stable. Stable workers. To prepare. One of the brown mares instead, so that we can get going out on our Dragon Pyre inspection. Dragon Pyres inspect. We are not going anywhere. Should he say we're not going anywhere until I see? We're not going anywhere until I see to Riptide. I see to Riptide myself. Look at how close we are to day 20, the day 20 marker. That means we're definitely 2 days ahead, which of course we were almost yesterday, but it's just really nice. Very, very nice. I kind of want him to show a little bit of feeling here. So like he's just not just a D-bag, an ass. I'll heal him with the blessed water if I have to. Blessed water. If I have to, no matter what that fat That fat high Chaviter. Might say are you done? Are you? That was a weird amalgamation of you and done. A yun. Look at how close we are to the end of page 92 as well. Are you done, doll? I've got pressing matters. I've got more pressing matters than you not knowing how to put on my armor. Not knowing how to put on my armor. I almost forgot that I want Vesper to accuse him of going out to find more drowners, right? Yes. So we definitely want to do that now. Vesper almost felt a little bad for him. Little bad for Sire Brendan. She liked his horse. Much more than she did him. Then, oops, Smudge City, no, Smudge City. Much more than she did him. But she had no idea. That Sire Brendan would be willing. Sire Brendan would be willing to use their blessed water. The blessed water on him. Mm-hmm. It made her think about lemon. It made her think about when she had gotten a fire. She had gotten a fire. Fair to heal lemon when they had been rescued from the catacombs. Being rescued from the catacombs. That's not with a capital C, I don't think. Catacombs. But she also knew that this was her shot now that Squire Ronin was present. Squire Ronin, whoops, was present. Hey, that was page 92. Whoop whoop whoop! Let's go! Wahoo! 93. Oh. Did I just get a paper cut? Oh no. I don't think I did. I'm fine everyone. I don't think I got a paper cut. That would have been horrible. Drastic. No, put on my armor. Are you done, doll? I'm done. Yes, sire. Vesper said. Truth be told, she had been done with done securing the straps. The gauntlet straps for a while. Finally. Sire Brendan. Sire Brendan said, while getting back up. And testing. His newly recovered gauntlet. Newly recovered. Gauntlet. Yeah, I'm gonna write that again. Gauntlet. No, there's no E on with. With his right hand. You were lucky. You were lucky that I have my inspection to do after finding out what's going on with Riptide. What's going on with Riptide? Otherwise, I would have made sure. To punish you well. Now that your older sister isn't here, that your older sister isn't here. Okay, so what should Afia said to confront him? She could say something like, we wouldn't want your drowners to wait. You see, like, no, sire, we wouldn't want your drowners to wait. Your temple to wait, because I think, didn't we say Temple of the Drowned back in chapter 4? The Grand Protector, the sacrifices a drowner, you should know that. The Dragon Pyres went better than expected. Pretty sure that we talked about it. Yeah, at least we need to check. No, sire. As I said, having a hard time holding back a vengeful smile. We wouldn't want your temple to wait. Once again, Sire Brendan had a confused look. Confused. I'm actually going to stop there for my food break. So if we just go here, and I have put on Calamity Part 1 again, so I hope you guys think that's interesting. And then I'll see you in just about 15 minutes. All right. See ya. Calamity. Journey is 1. The fires and the candles lit up, so did the flames of the fireplace. They always did that when Huorhun was agitated. Furious might be a better word, judging by the roars coming from the hearth. In fact, the heat was getting a little too much, even for a dwarf, so Tu-Wei-Han took a step away from the blazes. He looked at his wife with apprehensive hazel eyes. "You are not leaving," Huorhun almost shouted, trying to get some of her fiery red hair, those strands that always eluded her braid, under control. She was standing by the dinner table made of solid dark granite. The matching granite chair she was sitting on moments earlier had been toppled over when she jumped to her feet in anger. Huorhun let out an irritated groan as she gave up on the flaming red logs, turning her attention back to Tu-Wei-Han. "By the slumbering giants, who put this stupid idea in your head?" Huorhun asked. The question was followed by a stare so intense it seemed as if she was trying to light her husband on fire that very second. Tu-Wei-Han looked at the black leather jerkin in his hands. He was wearing his brown one already, on top of a dark green linen shirt, ready to leave as soon as he was done packing. His grey woolen travel cloak was hanging by the door. The Chapitas and their entourage are leaving Shi'na Kien to spread the teachings of the 5 pillars to more lands, and they're in dire need of craftsmen, so I figured I would lend them my skills as an iron artisan, Tu-Wei-Han explained as he placed the black jerkin in his travel chest. "And what? Because they asked you nicely, you're just gonna uproot your whole life and leave me behind?" Huorhun asked as she took a sudden step forward. In her current state, she didn't notice that she almost tripped on her black silken kun skirt, embroidered with beautiful red and ember roses. "When were you planning on telling me about this?" "No, it's just that..." "Just what?" Huorhun interjected with a sharp voice. "Huhu," Tu-Wei-Han pleaded. "You have to calm down." He tried to speak in his calmest voice as sweat started to form on his forehead. "Don't hoo-hoo me," Huorhun protested, never breaking her stare. Tu-Wei-Han could feel her eyes like ruby red daggers that bore into his soul. He wasn't sure which was worse, that or the blazing heat. "No, Tu-Wei-Han paused for a moment to make sure that he chose the right words. "I didn't just mean me, I meant the both of us. I want you to go with me so we can continue working together as we always have, and being together. I mostly want you to travel with me so we never have to be apart. It's true, I've already made preparations for you to join as well." Huorhun replaced her stare with a look of angry confusion. "How long have you known that these humans were leaving?" For a second or two, Tu-Wei-Han just looked at his wife. And then he answered with a nervousness clinging to his voice.
for a couple of weeks. For a couple of weeks! A burst came from every source of fire in the Monarch Weaver household as Hua-hun shouted the words back to her husband. And for all this time, it didn't occur to you to talk to me about this. It did, and I tried several times, but what? I just... Tue-Han sent her another pleading look. I just couldn't. Hua-hun wasn't quite sure what to do with that information. Why couldn't you tell me? She asked as the heat in the room dissipated a bit. I was afraid of... Tue-Han needed to find a little more courage before finishing the sentence. He knew how it sounded even if it was true. Afraid of how you would react. He didn't look at her, but kept packing his wide-sleeved Shido robes as he finished. Hua-hun tried to digest that answer. And you thought this was the way to do it? She finally muttered. No, Tue-Han had nothing. The pair stood in silence, looking at each other. The daggers had dulled, however, as Tue-Han noticed the beginning of tears forming in the narrow corners of Hua-hun's eyes. Tue-Han was the first to break off as he went up the small steps to their bedroom for more clothes to pack. Think of all the good we could do if we traveled together, Tue-Han said loudly from the other room. He didn't wait for a response before continuing. Somehow he found it easier to speak with his wife, not in sight. We could maybe even teach the humans some proper blacksmithing, you and I. You should see some of the flimsy tools and whatnot. Tue-Han chuckled a bit behind his small but full chestnut beard as he re-entered the large dining room. A chuckle that quickly faded as he saw Hua-hun standing in the exact same spot, not having moved a muscle, and she was still staring directly at him. But most importantly, he added in a sincere tone, we belong together, you and I, at the forge and in life. Do we now? Hua-hun countered. And this is how you expressed to me that we belong together, by suddenly leaving, never having said anything to me. Tue-Han knew she was right, but dodged the question. You have to come with me, Hu, he exclaimed, probably a bit louder than intended. You know how great we are in the smithy together. When you are handling the fire and I'm at the anvil, I feel like we can make anything together. Things that could compare to what the first dwarves made in the stories. Don't be ridiculous, Hua-hun scoffed as she dismissed her spouse's claim. You know it, I know you do, Tue-Han continued. When you truly feel the flames and the metal starts singing to me, I swear it's as close to magic as you can get. Tue-Han had stopped packing and instead walked towards Hua-hun. And you also know that I'm not the only one to think so. Or do you question the will of our Green Empress? No, Hua-hun did not question the Empress of Shinar-Kien, nor had she forgotten about her relieving Hua-hun from initiate at the Chamber of the Heart. The Empress had done so after Hua-hun and Tue-Han, as young teens, had snuck into the smithy of the Shield Shaper family. Against the wall next to the forge, they had found a crate of rare materials and used them to procure the most wonderful scepter that the Empress had ever seen. Your dad was so angry when he first found out what we had done, Hua-hun said with a small smile as the slightly crooked teeth began to show. And he had never been so proud as when he saw the Empress's reaction to the results of our little stunt. I think it also helped that she replaced all of the materials. Tue-Han gave another chuckle. He was standing right in front of Hua-hun now. Sometimes I wonder if it was just because he didn't take a loss and not so much that the Green Empress graced us with her kindness. They both looked at each other smiling, although Hua-hun's eyes were still wet. But that's why the human needs us, Hu-Hu, Tue-Han said as he laid his rough hands on her for a dwarf narrow shoulders. Please, please come with me. I feel like we have to help them because we have so much to offer. Tue-Han had always been such a helpful and caring person, Hua-hun thought to herself. It was actually one of the biggest reasons that she loved him so much. He was always right there with a helping hand no matter the problem. But this was too much, even for him. Before she could say anything, however, Tue-Han spoke again. And isn't this what you always wanted? All perplexed by the sudden question, Hua-hun couldn't manage to get any other words out. You know, back when we used to skip my classes and your initiate duties in the Chamber of the Heart, when we explored every nook and cranny of Shinar-Kien, pretending to be explorers of the humid jungles to the south, or finding ancient artifacts of the first dwarves in the frozen wastes of the north. Hua-hun did remember. In fact, those times when the two of them managed to sneak away were probably her happiest memories from her time as chamber initiate. Remember that time, Tuvihan continued, when we laid on the roof of one of the western guard towers looking out over the rice fields and watching the sun set on the vast lands beneath the giant? Again, of course, Huohun remembered. She clearly remembered sitting on those faded green roof tiles that stuck out from the side of the giant, feeling the last rays of the sun as they disappeared under the horizon. And she also clearly remembered the feeling of warmth when looking at Tuvihan lying down next to her with his eyes closed. I do remember, she said, smiling a little brighter. Keeper Jiaohan gave me a whack with the ever-burning staff and made me clean up the medicine chambers for 21 days after I came back, but it was all worth it. My heart keeper made me recite dusty old history books in front of my entire class, Tuvihan said, meeting her smile. And my mother made me promise never to see you again after that. He shrugged as they both laughed. I also remember that you, on that roof, made me swear that we would someday travel to the other slumbering giants that are out there. Tuvihan grabbed Huohun's hands and squeezed them ever so slightly. And I remember you making me this brooch out of twigs, leaves, and some sap so I wouldn't forget that promise. Huohun reached out for the brooch adorning Tuvihan's chest just above his heart. You've always worn it ever since, she stated. I felt her eyes welling up again. It was so long ago. I'm surprised it's still intact. I will never let it break, he told her, but I have had to mend it a lot. It's not made of the sturdiest of materials. Tuvihan's smile turned cheeky as she looked at Huohun, awaiting her response. This time it was her turn to let out a chuckle. You even wore it on top of your fancy brown shido when we wed. I did. That time it was you who made the promise, and not me forcing you to swear, Huohun recalled. I did that too. It was important for me to let you know that I meant it. The two of them got back to simply standing there. Tuvihan was looking at his wife's fair, round face, while Huohun was fiddling with his brooch. The anger and desperation had left the room, if even for a moment. Huohun was the first to break the silence. I'll never forget the pain of waiting for you to turn 20 so we could get married, she said, still looking at the brooch. Me neither. And I'll never forget the pain that came next and was so very different either. Tuvihan pulled up the left sleeve of his green linen shirt, revealing a strip of scorched skin across the wrist. Huohun likewise pulled up the white sleeve of her new green roo, showing the matching mark on her right wrist. I don't know what I expected, Tuvihan said as he rubbed his scorched mark. I mean, they did pour molten lava over our joined arms, even if it was just for a couple of seconds. I didn't care, Huohun returned. They could have lowered me into the fiery heart itself if it meant that I could finally call you my own. Huohun caressed Tuvihan's cheek and his always neatly combed beard. And if nothing else, Tuvihan added, the look on our family's faces when Her Highness entered the heart chamber, wielding our scepter to name us monarch weavers, was incredible to say the least. I still think that your parents were a little disappointed that we wouldn't continue the line of shield shapers by name. If they did, they hit it well. I just remember both of them shining almost as much as your father and mother, and they seemed happy to simply be at the Chamber of the Heart that day. Well, you know how big it was for Mom and Dad, Huohun added. Being a rice tiller rarely grants you any privileges, so seeing her green grace up close was quite something. It's still my mom's favorite story to tell. I know, and I always let her share it when we visit. Tuvihan continued to smile, but Huohun's demeanor suddenly changed. But you're not gonna visit them anymore, are you? The silence fell upon the couple once more. This time it was Tuvihan to break it, though his smile had faded too. I swore to you that I would take you to see the world, he said in a heartfelt tone of voice. That I would take you to see the mists of Wu Na Kien, the frozen peaks of Sai Na Kien, the restless sleep of Hu Na Kien, or any of the other slumbering giants. This is me trying to finally keep that promise, or at least the start of it. Tuvihan had gone back to packing as he started listing the different giants sleeping across the world. He had found several belts, both for everyday work and some formal ones decorated with beautiful jade to take with him. Come with me, Huhu, so we can explore when no dwarf ever has, just like we dreamed of doing. Huohun had trouble finding the words again. Don't know what you're expecting of me. Part of her wanted to say yes to Tuvihan's proposal, to travel by the side of his spouse, help the humans, and see where it would take them. A bigger part of her, however, reminded her of what had happened so long ago when she was still living among the rice fields with her family. She stammered. Not like this. It's too similar, was all Huohun finally managed to say. Too similar to what? Tuvan replied, having found a bunch of woolen pants to pack, mostly of grey and black, but also different shades of green and brown. You know, Huohun didn't want to think about it, much less say it out loud. She took a deep breath before finishing the sentence. About the time when they came. The memory of desperately looking over her shoulder as 3 elder heartkeepers led her from her family was a wound that had never truly healed. Of course Tuvan knew what she was talking about, and he felt rather terrible for asking that question. Hoo, it's not gonna be like that time, he promised her. I'm not taking you anywhere against your will. But you're not giving me a choice, Huohun interrupted before Tuvan could finish what he wanted to say. You are merely coming here and suddenly springing this huge thing on me and expecting me to follow? For all the slumbering giants out there, what did you think I would say? I didn't. No, you didn't think that far. She once again didn't let her husband finish as the fires of the room burned brighter. You're giving me an impossible choice, and that's taking away control, and you know what that does to me and how much. Huohun could feel her body tensing. Suddenly it got harder to speak the words she wanted. She tried to take a deep breath as a means to go on. You can't do this, she finally managed to say. You have already made a choice, and then you put it on me to decide if we... Not now, Huohun thought. Not now of all times. I can't. Huohun started to stutter again. You can't. A 1,000 thoughts raced through her head as Huohun's body started to shut down. The thoughts drowned out anything she was trying to say, resulting in her just standing there in the middle of the room with a slightly open mouth, looking at nothing, not even her husband. Tuvehan had not moved either, but was staring at her with great concern.
Well. All right. That was part 1 of Calamity, which you can read up there or listen to the entire thing, even though I know I read kind of fast on it on that YouTube video. It is of course on my channel as well. Okay. I am back. I am refreshed. I am not hungry anymore. I also forgot my tea, so let me actually just get that real quick. Here we have it, and looks like we are very, very good to keep going. I do believe so. Okay, so Vespa is about now that Squire Ronin is here. Yeah, she's about to spill the beans. She's about to point fingers and say, "You suck." Sorry, Brendan. We're actually doing quite well. Pace-wise. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. believe it. We have like half a page left. And streaming for 2 hours and 42 minutes. Well, isn't that great? I just need to check something over here on the stream before we begin. Interesting. Okay. Well. Okay. So, no, sire, Vesper said, having a hard time holding back a vengeful smile. Vengeful. Grimace. Maybe not. Let's just comment here with word. Ugh. I do feel like I use smile quite a lot for multiple different reasons. Maybe even a bit too much. Okay, let's get this out of the way here. Once again, Sir Brendan had a confusing look on his face, and we're off for good again. Confusing look on his face. As he stopped. Stopped again, right. As he had begun walking, walking towards the stables. My temple. He asked. When turning around. When turning back towards Vesper. Towards Vesper. I had an idea just now. What if Ronin's hood or hooded cloak could turn inside out? So it would be much more dark. Blue hooded cloak. I don't know if that's a bit too lame. Inside out. So, we could quickly turn it around and he would have a darker cloak that would more match what Sire Brendan was wearing. Without being the exact same, but... Oops. Oh, I spilled my tea. Be right back. Yeah, so like Sire Brendan would, or Ronin would have a cloak that matched Sire Brendan, right? And the whole thing would basically be some sort of ploy to get rid of Sire Brendan because he is the champion of the Black River's Keep. He's like the greatest fighter, right? At least. Or close to the greatest fighter, the second best after Vespa. No, not Vespa, Afaya. I mean, that could be a plot point, but I'm just not quite sure like how lame it is. I know it's like I said earlier in the stream, I know it's going to be a tween young adult fantasy novel, but I still want to respect the reader and not have lame stuff happen, I feel like. Your Temple of the Drowned. Isn't that what you call it? Oh, she's spicy. She's spicy, this little Vespa now. Or are you meeting your drowners and attacking the dragon pyres and attacking The dragon pie is another day. Lemon gave Vespa a loud and not reassuring, but what do we have? Reassuring, but like not reassuring, supportive. Yeah, maybe supportive is pretty good. Employment conquest, no. Maintenance, no. That's not it. Confirming, validatory. Serve to validate. That's a bit. That sounds or feels a bit highbrow. Maybe supportive is just the way to go. Let's go with it. Let's go with that. Loud and supportive whistle. Supportive tweet. With spread out wings. Wings once again. Oh, I feel like I ate my dinner too quickly. I feel stuffed. That's not what's supposed to happen. I don't. I mean, Sire Brendan was flabbergasted. Flabbergasted. And Vespa didn't think she had ever seen him this speechless. Didn't think that she had ever seen him that speechless. He didn't even yell. Didn't even yell. I know, it's so out of character for Sire Brendan. back to the common sayings. Angels take me. Fuck me. Angels take me. Where have you? How did you learn? How did you learn? How did you learn about? How did you learn? The face on the sun. Face of the sun of the evening. Oh. The face of the sun of the evening. Looked to be turning red. Though that might just have been have been the that might just have been the might just have been the red light from the setting suns, from the setting suns. It might have just been them. Been the light from them. Because we have red twice here. I didn't even notice that. Sire. Ronian. Said putting an arm, putting a hand on Sire Brendan's arm. Unable to take his gaze away from Vespa and Lemon. Away from Vespa. Sire, Riptide. Riptide. Your horse. I really also need to find like an exclamation mark that I can use all the time. Oh my god. Didn't think I was that tired. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. Of course. My horse. Sire Brendan's eyes was locked on Vespa until his neck couldn't bend that far. His neck was unable to turn further. To turn further. Phoenix asking how's it going? It's going pretty good. We're a little bit behind pace. I think the third page is done on this line down here. And like I mentioned, we usually have a writing pace of 1 page per hour. So we're a little bit behind that. But honestly, I'm feeling pretty good about this chapter. So that's good. Even though it's not going to be very long. But yeah, I'm feeling much better about it today than when I started the chapter yesterday. So that's good. How about you? How's it going in your fantasy / not fantasy book? And he restarted. Is there another word for restart? Resumed. Thank you. It is well. Stop to eat some food. It's a good thing. Good thing you did. I recently did so myself. Of course. Though I think I ate my food too quickly. I was feeling just a minute ago I was feeling quite stuffed. I just inhaled the food when I only had 15 minutes to eat it in. And he resumed his walk towards the stables. Vespa felt good about the way that Sire Brendan acted. Oops, that's Sire Brendan had acted. Which she was sure meant she was sure meant. She was sure proved to be some kind of confession. Proved to be some kind of confession. Now she just had to convince Ronin. Now she just had to convince Squire Ronin of what she saw. Right. kind of confession? She was just about. So we need. I wanted to, look down, and there's the plate glove, the steel plate glove gauntlet, just lying there on the floor, and and she doesn't want a repeat situation of having to deliver this stupid glove to Sarah Brendan again. So it's gonna be a little bit of a she's gonna yell at Sarah Brendan. He's gonna say, "I don't fucking care about it, you stupid doll," basically. And he's gonna take that as the glove, the gauntlet is hers now. So because I want two things to happen from this chapter. I want Vespa to be almost killed, trampled by a horse, and I want her to pick up this steel plate gauntlet and use it for the rest of the book, right? Because I just thought it could be a really fun, really cool how do you say, like mark? Is that the word I'm looking for? It's not the word I'm looking for. A distinct feature of her that both. Well, I guess we're going to have plenty of distinct features, but that she's wearing this steel-plated gauntlet that is bigger than what, it doesn't quite fit her. And I want it to be used like as a shield later. I guess we actually totally forgotten about her ladle. Whoops, I've totally forgotten about a ladle. That's either down in the catacomb still, or it's hanging from her belt. I guess she could have placed it up in her room as well, but anyway. She was just about to say something. Something to Squire Ronin. Squire Ronin. When she realized that Sire Brendan's replacement glove was Sire Brendan's replacement steel gauntlet was lying on the floor, on the dead ground, on the dead black ground. Dead black ground in front of it. In front of her. And for a moment she thought like, oh no, not again. So I want Vesper to pick it up and yell at Sire Brendan, who's going to angrily yell back, just, I don't care what you do with it. And maybe yell something about when Afea gets back, I'm gonna talk to her. Black ground in front of her. Sire Brendan. I don't know if this should probably not be there. She yelled. Look at how close we are to finishing page 93 though. Oh yeah. So Brendan, she yelled. And picked up the steel gauntlet. She didn't want to have another situation. Didn't want to have another situation where she would have to, deliver it to him. If she could avoid it, if she could avoid it. So Brendan, you forgot your other glove. Your other gauntlet. Then you should say something about, I don't care about that doll. Stupid little doll. I don't care about it. Dull. The sun of the evening. The sun of the evening. Yelled back. He didn't turn around. Turn around. He didn't turn around or otherwise. Or otherwise slowed down, even though he was already quite far away. Though he was almost all the way to the stables already. Take it, still take it, or throw it in the well. And that was page 93. Yo, this is going well. It's going cool and well. Glorious 94. 94. Oh yeah. 94. So that's going to be 4 pages down here, and then 95, 5 pages down there. Well, you know what? I think we'll probably end up writing a little bit on the very last page. So we just got past the day 20 marker, so the day 21 marker is definitely going to be in the new book. Woo. That's crazy. Sorry, I need to check something. Alright. I just realized, just remember that Denmark and Scotland are playing in football today in Scotland, so maybe I just want to check that once in a while how it's going. But of course, my biggest concern is my 5 pages for today. Right. There you go. Throw it in the well. For all I care. I swear when that fire gets back, I'm gonna back. I'm going to... You've got this. Thank you, Phoenix. Well, I hope so. It's going well. You've got yours as well. I have no doubt. I'm going to... Sire Brendan's voice. Sire Brendan's voice disappeared as he went into the stables. Went into the stables. Did Vesper already pick up the gauntlet? Yes, she did pick up the steel gauntlet. Now I sort of want Ronin to kneel down to her and like try to say like, you shouldn't have said that, something. And then Vesper trying to convince Ronin that his sire, the one he squires for, is a bad dude. Vesper almost forgot about the situation. And the little yellow bird on her head. Bird on her head. As she cast her copper eyes. Wow, what a cast her copper eyes. Big copper eyes. On the plate. I have written gauntlet so many times in this chapter. Plate gauntlet in her hands. In her hands. She could have it. She had only ever thought that she could have her own. She had only ever thought that she would get her own armor, would get her own piece of armor, her own piece of armor when she was to initiate his squirehood, was to initiate her squirehood. But now now a piece of her armor was in her. Now a piece of the paladin's armor. Now a piece of a paladin's armor was hers. Vesper could hardly believe it. Hardly believe it. Oops. So how much did plate armor gauntlets actually? Yeah, they didn't cover a whole lot, right? Covered to like, I guess it was different for every set of armor, but it covered to like mid on her on the forearms. As you can see on my plate armor. I mean, this is more vambraces, I guess. Vambraces. So I want Vesper to put it on, and then it covers like most of her arm, maybe even down over her elbow, so she could actually hardly move her joint. That could be pretty funny. But you probably shouldn't take it on now. I think it would make more sense if Ronin talks to her. She tries to convince him that Sir Brendan is the bad dude. He denies it, says she needs to forget about it. If we can put in a little hint what he says, that he might be the bad guy, that would be kind of cool. And then he walks back to the stables. Vespa admires, puts on the gauntlet. It covers most of her arm, even though her hand actually fits quite well in it. Like I mentioned, I want the Fae folk to have large hands and large heads. Yeah, it's probably something like that. That's probably the way to go. I don't think you should have done that. Squironian said. Snapping. Snapping Vespa out of her fascination. With the piece of plate armor. The piece of. Okay. I stopped being able to make Fs now. That's cool. It's good to know. A piece of armor that she was holding. She was holding. Deep do with the piece of armor. I just lost my train of thought. I'm not sure that he will let this go. ... His voice was kind and full of concern. I mean, we could do... and his eyes, just so, and his... Oh... He had blue eyes, right? Oh, when did we meet him the first time? That was in like chapter 3 or something. Somewhere around here. Spare me your excuses. Maybe instead. Don't worry so much about him. Knelt before her and stop sobbing in surprise. Lay the hand on her shoulder. Things on the edge right now. Blah blah blah. Pointing to a small scar on his prominent. You can see that prominent cheekbones while he smiled. They're going to be okay. Beautiful lapis eyes. And there it was. And his lapis eyes showed as much. Yeah, and his lapis eyes showed as much. Now I lost my train of thought again. I guess it's that time of the evening. Wonderful, wonderful. We'll power through. We'll power through. Don't worry. And he's beautiful. So I want Vesper to be a little bit in love with Ronin, but I don't want it to actually be a plot point, so I don't know how much it should be part of the story. I'm guessing that it actually shouldn't really be part of the story. But I guess that is something we can fix in post as well. right now it's all about the writing. How much did we learn? Never mind. I guess you would say here, but I wanted him. But I wanted him. Him to show that Vespa confessed. I guess confessed is an alright word. Looking at a Squire Ronin. She could hardly believe how beautiful he was. Handsome? I don't know, handsome is better. I guess it's more traditional when we're talking about males. Hands. How beautiful. He was with his long blonde hair. And muscular. I don't know if this is too steamy. She is 12 after all. Let's have a little I mean, nothing's gonna come of it, of course, but I don't know. It's probably too weird. Muscular frame. Being bathed in the red sunlight, the red light of the suns, of the twin suns, twin. When he looked at her, her stomach cramped a little, which he thought was weird. When he looked at her, her tummy. Again, just like last time I said tummy, it sort of makes sense. Like it's a way of noting that it's a child, right? But I know it also feels really disruptive for the sentence. But like I mentioned, it's something that George R. R. Martin uses, for example. That's where I have it from, basically. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure. Had Tommy crammed a little. And she didn't know why. She didn't know why. Has she even eaten anything? Even eaten anything? Had she even eaten anything from the satchel still in the basement? Still in the catacombs. Still in the catacombs. This is actually this it just came to me. Had she even eaten anything from the satchel still in the catacombs? And why I wrote that isn't just... It's actually pretty nice that I came up with it, because that isn't just words for the word count. It is going to be a plot point later that Vespa left the satchel down in the catacombs, and then she's going to be just before the climax at the road back, maybe the resurrection in the hero's journey. No, not the resurrection, that's the climax. So in the road back, she's going to be trapped once again down in the catacombs. And the catacombs being damp, there's going to be no light when she gets trapped down there again. But if you remember, we had a flint and tinder in the satchel, and the torch was still down there, and some candles from for the lantern. So, and this might seem like a weird thing, but since it's so damp down there, cold and damp, I guess the cold has actually... But I want the food in the satchel to start fermentation. Go really bad, so it starts to smell. So even in the darkness, Vespa can find the satchel with the flint and tinder and the torch, because she can smell the food gone bad. I actually think that's quite a simple way, and a pretty alright, pretty good way of solving that little problem that she's in there in the dark at that point. Well, that is something for... It's a little seed we're putting down, basically, right? The steel gauntlet that she to carry everywhere. Also, I really like the idea that she has this steel gauntlet that she puts on it, like a really cool feature. But of course, I don't exactly have a use for it yet. I want her to be attempted killed twice before she, before the end, basically. And I feel like this steel gauntlet should be something that, like, she deflects something with it and then she falls into the well. But I haven't actually figured that out yet. And I'm also going to have a quick bathroom break. Be right back. All right. I'm back. Let's go. Yes, so I was talking about how this is actually a really nice setup for later. We can even, like the other times, we're gonna come down into the catacombs. We can even have Vespa comment on it or think about that it's starting to smell or something like that, right? But then forgetting about it, basically. Because everything else down there and what Reina is talking about and telling her is just so much more exciting. Why? The squire asked. Be a QS. I was actually about to write be a QS. And if you don't know that reference, you should go watch ... A review by Axman13. One of the best videos, Flash videos ever made. Actually, I'm gonna say that. Whoa, what did I press here? I think everything is okay. Surround 0407. Be a QS. Right, because you to see him like that. Vespa could feel heat, warmth. Let's not make it too much warmth. She is 12 after all. Warmth rushing to her face as she began to explain herself. Began to explain herself. I'm not sure I follow.
I'm not sure that I follow. Squire Ronin. Squire Ronin. Looked just as confused. Looked just as confused as Sire Brendan had. Just a little while ago, just a little while ago. I guess you should sort of just blurt everything out, right? Like she have done multiple times before. That's always fun to have like this large paragraph of just, well, blurting something out without much punctuation or anything like that. Yes. It's because Vespa took a deep breath. Took a deep breath. As if getting ready for something, but that she wasn't sure what it was. As if getting ready for some. That she wasn't sure what was. Unsure what was.
Maybe it should be a hyphen there. Because I followed Sire Brendan down into the catacombs. No, not the catacombs. The dungeons. Some even more down under. Some even more below the black ones we have. I mean, it's gonna have punctuations here. I don't wanna. I don't know. Maybe it is funnier to not really have punctuations if she's sort of nervous. You know, she's kind of crushing on Ronin. Below the black ones we have. It was all old and water was everywhere. It was everywhere. Oops. Everywhere on the floor. And of course we check. This is the same in chapter 1, 2, 3. Yes, 3. And water was everywhere on the floor. And I had to go down stairs with a sign saying it was dangerous, sign saying it was dangerous. Okay. Squironians. Brow furrowed. Much like Aphaias did. When she tried to keep up, she tried to keep up as Aphaias, no, as Vespa, as
Vespa. Keep up. Is Vespa excitedly talking about something excitedly talked about yet another adventure. About yet another adventure of Cyniel. No, Spot City. There was a hair stuck on my fountain pen, my ink pen. Look at how close we are to end of page 94. Wow. Cyniel. Dot. And something. And something. Oh no, Denmark is behind Scotland. Oh bother. Anyway. And Sire Brendan was down there talking. To someone. I know it was him. Was him because of his blue hooded cloak, of his blue hooded cloak. And I followed him. And I followed him. Vespa kept on going. Vespa kept on going. Hardly taking a break to breathe. Hardly taking a break to breathe. Oh. saw him. I saw Sire Brendan. I guess we already set up here, saw him talking to someone. And I heard him. Sire Brendan talked to someone in the shadows down there. Shadows down. And they talked about, I guess we're basically just recapping everything that happened in that chapter again. I'm actually not quite sure if that's too much. Probably is. Explanation too much. Already chapter 5 or 6. Anyway, we're going to continue doing it here. You talked about drowners, which Afea told me about. But she didn't believe me. Didn't believe me when I told her that didn't believe me when I told her that Sire Brendan and the other bad man talked about sacrificing Grand Protector Baldric. But they
did talk about it. They did talk about it. Talk about it. And slow down, Vespa. I can hardly keep up. Squire Ronin. Told her as he squatted down. And put a armored hand on her shoulder. Just like that time in the... And that was page 94. Oh yeah, we're moving on to page 95 and we are closing in page by page on page 195. Oh no, was it the first letter that we truly messed up? Our first number? Damn it! Damn it! Time in the temple. This is of course a reference all the way back to chapter 2, I believe. Vespa's heart skipped a beat. As he did that. You have to slow down. I can hardly keep up. He added and smiled. Added and smiled. Beautiful. Yes, I learned to spell beautiful from Ace Ventura. Beautiful. Smile. Right. Beautiful smile. But ...
Lisbeth tried to calm down just a little bit. Just a little. But I just needed you or anyone to see how he reacted. He reacted when I asked him about the drowners. Drowners and their temple. He's guilty. Oh. Should we talk about a little bit about talk just a little bit about I don't know. I lost my train of thought. Hopefully it wasn't important. Probably wasn't, but yeah, it kind of been a good idea anyway when we lost it immediately. Okay, so stop here and say why did you need me to see that? Squire Ronin's voice. Squire Ronin. Was still calm and kind. Because if you would believe me, that's Sire Brendan. Sire Brendan was planning on killing Grand Protector. Baldric. could help me save him. Vespa repeated, didn't she? I think she repeated that. No, yeah, we did. We're gonna say repeated. Repeated. Boop. Okay, so they're gonna argue. Now, Vespa really gets into a lot of arguments with people. Maybe it's something I need to look out for in post. In the editing phase. I guess just like, he's just gonna say, I don't think you have. I don't think you have to worry about. I think you have to worry about Sire Brendan killing and sacrificing Grand Protector Baldric to some cult. Actually, what if he says to some cult that tries to bring about the end of the world, the end of the world as we know it. Squire Ronin reassured. So, you know, he's both saying here that she shouldn't worry about Sire Brendan killing him because he's the bad guy, and she didn't actually mention anything about. She said the drowners and the temple, right? But she didn't say anything about the bringing about the end of the world as we know it. Phoenix Dom says one feisty 12-year-old man. Is it? Well, she's a 12-year-old girl, so. But yes, she is definitely one feisty 12-year-old who gets into arguments with everybody.
It's always life for one who just wants to become a paladin. I can't believe that I've almost finished this entire book in 18 days. That's crazy. Squire Ronin reassured. Yeah, I think I kind of like that we add this. So it's sort of like a clue if you're paying attention with some interpretation. You can interpret him to be the bad guy. Squire Ronin reassured. But I swear it's what I saw. It's what I saw. Vesper argued. Vesper argued. Squire Ronin put his hand from her shoulder to her cheek. Shoulder and onto her cheek. I'm his squire. I'm his squire, though. I think that I would have seen him, I guess caught him. Let's go with caught. Sneaking around with cultists. Don't you? And I definitely know, and definitely know that he didn't attack the dragon pyres it would be pretty stupid. It would be pretty stupid to keep ordering them rebuilt and reinforced. Ordering them rebuilt and reinforced. If he intended for them to die out, intended for them to die out. Don't you think? Don't you think? Vesper didn't say anything. Say anything right away. She was just looking at her new steel plate gauntlet. New steel plate. That's you. Gauntlet. God damn it, it just got worse. Steel. I guess she just kept looking. She just kept. Lemon gave an Lemon gave and what? Gave a small whistle. As if to check that she was okay. But she wasn't.
there was the strange feeling, was the strange feeling in her tummy. And we're going to check the word, if it's a good word or not. And we are slowly creeping into the 5th page of today, which is going to be down here somewhere. It's going to be like down there. It's interesting. And she had trouble dealing with the fact that once more she had failed to convince. Dealing with the fact that she once more had failed to convince someone of what she saw. Sorry about that. Okay, so I just had an idea. What if she starts crying a little bit again? I mean, this is pretty emotional, what's happening, right? She had failed once again. And then Squaronin takes like his cloak up, his felt cloak, and trying to dry the tear away, and then just she notices that it's a darker blue underneath. Again, I'm not quite sure if this is a super lame way of like, oh, the villain, he turns his cloak. He is a literal turn cloak. Honestly, that's okay. That's kind of funny, even though it might still be lame. It's kind of funny. Literal turn cloak. You know what? I'm going to note it down. So around 5:00, villain is literal turn cloak. That's kind of funny and weird. But
Dot dot dot. A tier started to make its way from one of her copper eyes. But I know what I saw. Know what I saw. One had to be really close to Vespa. If that's a why. They wanted to make out what she said. Wanted to make, I don't know if this is a weird phrasing. Make out what? But it's just like she's talking in such a low volume here. What she said. Weird phrasing. That's for future Thomas. That's future Thomas's problem. Hey, 1-1. Let's go. Denmark, Scotland. All right. To make out what she said. Overbearing, is that a word? Overbearing. Oh, it's definitely not what I thought it was. If I say overbearing and we go completely different. Antonym. Opposites: compliant, docile, meek. It's not what I thought. Soft, willing, complying, cooperative. Okay, we got gentle again. Could always use gentle, it feels like. Mild, pacifier, noble, docile. Kind, noble, Humane, gracious, compassionate, kind-hearted, thoughtful, friendly, friendly. Friendly, we haven't used friendly yet, I think. There. There, Squire Ronin. Squire Ronin. His voice maybe even more friendly. Maybe even more friendly. And consoling. I guess it was actually consoling I was looking for before and not overbearing. He took the corner of his light blue hooded felt cloak. Light blue hooded felt. I'm almost certain it should be felt. Material. Question mark. And dried Vespers. Cheek and eye. The cloak was much. The cloak was much darker blue. On the inside. Then the outside. And I don't know if that's... I mean, it's funny that the turn cloak, but I don't know if it's too much on the nose, as they say. I hope they say, because I've been using on the nose quite frequently in my comments. Oh no, Denmark just got a red card. Okay, let's focus on this. We are a couple of lines away from our page 5. Like down here. So we're like 3 lines away from page 5. And I really want to get to page 96 before we end today. The very, very last page of this book. Not of the story, but of this book that I'm writing. It's funny. I feel like our pace has been... I actually feel like my pace has been really good today. But I'm still sort of behind. I guess I have had a couple of distractions. Not like when I distracted myself. Not you guys in the chat. You're awesome. And I want you to distract me. Oh, much jungle blue on the inside and the outside. No need to cry. I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what. Why don't I promise? To keep an eye out. For... No, not foresight, Brendan. For any drowners. When I'm around. Sire Brendan. And then if I see anything suspicious, I'll make sure to let the right people know. People know. And you. How does that sound? Vesper was alright with that, yes. I think that was page 5. We're almost on pace. On pace for the pages. Vesper agreed with a nod and a sniffle, though she didn't quite believe him. but she didn't know what else to do. But she didn't know what else to do. I think I just sort of realized that I need Vespa to overhear what she thinks I like the villain and the shadowy figure. I need her to overhear them again, I think. So she has a reason to try herself to stop it. The only question is like, when, how. I guess that's not for now, but just something to think about. Good. It'll all be okay. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Squire Ronin. Reassured. Square Ronin reassured. Are you going to be all right? I think that I really have to go now. Have to meet up with Sire Brendan. Or else I might be in for another tirade. Scolding? I don't know. Scolding. he said, and gave Vespa a wink with his lapis eyes. I guess there's only one of them. Otherwise it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Singular? Singular. Okay, and that turns out to be the last word on page 95. And we are therefore going to the very last page, 96. Boom. Very, very last page of the book. No! Scotland scored, no! Denmark is behind, no! Vesper couldn't help but smile. I'm just gonna write a couple of lines here, I think, on this page, and then we're done for the day, I think. Vesper couldn't help but smile a bit. As she nodded, telling Ronin that she was going to be okay. She was going to be okay. Good. You should probably get ready for the evening teachings then. You should probably get ready for the evening teachings then. Evening. I guess this is capitalized. Evening teachings. Then. Actually, no. Let's not have that as ended that here, and then oh my god, what a goal. 2-2. God dang. Oh yeah. Then Vesper is going to say, will you make sure to tell Afaya? Will you make sure to tell Afaya? If you've seen anything when she gets back, if you've
seen anything when she gets back. Vespa asked. There was no doubt in her mind. There was no doubt in her mind that her older sister would be the right person, that her older sister be the right person to tell. And then Grand Protector Baldric would be saved for sure. Okay, now I keep on. I kind of wanted to get to a point where Vespa looks down at a gauntlet, but I don't know. I think we're gonna end on the next line here. Squire Ronin send her a final look with his beautiful, with his B-E-A-U-T. There. I'm gonna end it right there because, well, I don't want to go into the next thing. I don't want to go into the next thing that happens. Yeah, thing that happens in the chapter. I feel like I would much rather do that tomorrow, so we have the time to really think about what's supposed to happen. And this is the last page of the book. So I need to prepare the next book with all of these markers. I just kind of realized how I managed to, that looks cool, managed to color code when you do it like this. So we end there. Oh, that was good. That means we go over to the word count. Well, it actually means that we get the master sort of counting out. And I think instead of counting from the very top, we're just gonna count, well, why would we? Because we have 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 pages and something. Oh, you didn't actually see that. If I do like this, let's go again. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 pages and something. And that something. Oh, no, you don't need to see that. What am I doing? Is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14! 5 pages and 14
lines. Oh, that's even more than yesterday. Will you look at that? That was only 12 lines. So 5 pages and 14 lines. That means we have written 1955 words today. Oh yeah. So I go in here. I go into our day progress, say day 18 progress. We write, oops. We write whatever it says here. It says, oh, 34,609 words out of 50,000. Oh my god, we're so close to 35,000, and that means only 15,000 words to go. I can't wait until we hit that wonderful number. And this also means that let's go here into the progress bar. We hide the jewel there. We go into transform on our bar. We raise that to 388 pixels. Yoink. And then we go here and we raise the jewel to, you can see that, 351 pixels. And there we have it. Yeah. There we have it, guys. Another day, day 18 of NaNoWriMo, and we are almost done with this entire book. 96 pages, and I have to prep book number 2 for tomorrow and the rest of NaNoWriMo, and I honestly can't wait. But before that, I first have to thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys, everyone who chatted. That was amazing. You can distract all you want. Amdios is here in the chat. Oh yeah, that's what we like to see. And he looks like he's getting the last word. Now, I do not approve of the scooter, but it is what it is. I'll allow it, even though I do not approve of the use of the scooter emoji referencing Vesper's name. Anyway, thank you guys so much for watching. If you like this, please remember to like it on YouTube and maybe even subscribe to me if you haven't already. And remember that we write our own stories, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.